Good evening. We're going to get this working session to order here. Thanks for your patience. And we'll start with the roll.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner LeBar,
Here.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Great. Thank you. All right. Move to public participation. You have 1 minute here at the working session for any public comment you might have. You will have 3 minutes at the start of our full board meeting directly following. Anybody here in person for public comment? All right, seeing none. Ashley, do we have anybody online?
We do not, Chair.
Great. Move then to county administrator's report.
Chair, no report this evening.
Back to the Board of Commissioners liaison. Any report at this time?
No report tonight, Chair.
Move then to our discussion item tonight. I want to thank the road commission, the entire team for coming in. And Matt McDonald, we're going to turn it over to you here to sort of walk us through the presentation. Do you have a preference in terms of questions as we go, all at the end? What is your preference here, sir?
As we go, if that'd be okay with the
Great. If,
folks here.
commissioners, if you have a question, raise your hand. I'll try and get you in the order you go with. So please.
Well, good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present this evening. We'll go ahead and get started. Here to talk about the roads and non-motorized millage road commission report. Our agenda, just brief introductions, talk about what was accomplished last year, what is planned for this year, and then question and answer, but we can go that along the way. So I had prepared a brief presentation, but tonight we have a little more time, and feel free to ask questions. I'm going to go ahead and let these two gentlemen introduce themselves.
Hi, good evening. Brent Shellac. I'm the Director of Engineering for the Washtenaw County.
Hello, I'm Adam Lape. I'm the Director of Operations at the Road Commission.
Thank you, guys. So they're here to support me, as well as our chair, Barbara Fuller, and our vice chair, Roderick Green. Thank you, commissioners, for being here tonight. So with no further delay, let's get into it. So I had passed out to the commissioners maps. So the maps are tough to see on the screen. So they are available there in front of you. We have some on the table too for the public that are interested. So this is a map of 2024. What was accomplished. This was the final year of that 4-year millage. The work taking place this last year. It took into account a mix of fixes. One of the names of the game for us is extending the service life of the road and making sure we're making good investments with using asset management strategies. So over the course of the millage, you're going to see that 4 years, ultimately, that money that's generated in the township gets put back into those townships into projects. So if you don't see a project in a particular township, that means it was probably accomplished in a previous year. So we have general scope on the right. It's color coded. A mill and resurface would take that top surface of the roadway and resurface it with hot mix asphalt. We have some reconstructs, not as many of those because they're very expensive. And then we have a preventive maintenance treatment called seal coat and a fog seal. That's in that light orange. And then we have also our limestone or gravel roadways projects of resurfacing, because we have a lot of miles of soft surface roadways. So this is the map. The next slide and also in the handout will be the list. So you can kind of compare where it's at as far as project goes with the table. The table lists the township, the district, the road, and then what was the type of work accomplished. So that is 2024, and in the handout, you'll see we accomplished over about 36 miles of road improvements that tallied roughly $5 million. So with that, I'll ask, are there any questions on the work performed in 2024? Okay.
Doesn't look like it.
All right, very good. So we do have a few pictures. We like those, especially on the successes. So we do have Parker Road between South Church and Liberty Road in Lima and Scioto Townships. This was a border township primary road. I got a resurfacing. As I mentioned, a lot of our system is soft surface roads. So we've got an example, Joy Road here between Whitmore Lake Road and Earhart Road in Ann Arbor and Northfield Township. There was a gravel resurfacing. I think we added at least 6 inches of limestone throughout there. And then on the far right, we have Sharon Hollow Road between Austin Road and Sharon Valley Road in Manchester and Sharon Townships, where we did some resurfacing paving work. So moving into 2025 millage projects, what we have planned for. And just as a reminder, the goal is to put the money raised in that community back into that same township. So obviously there's a set aside for that 20%, goes into non-motorized, goes to Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission to administer. But that 80% raised in those townships goes back. So there's also accountability. We have a list of projects that we put out there for the voters to see prior to the ballot initiative. And so we want to make sure we are going to accomplish what we say we're going to do. And it's done using a mix of fixes, again, a variety of treatments, that seal coat, mill and resurfacing, pulverized and resurfacing, and unpaved. And really that's part of that asset management strategy. The plan is focused on our primary roadways and applying the right fix at the right time, at the right place. It's much like any of our assets that we own in our personal lives, whether it be automotive, where it's a lot cheaper to replace the oil every 5,000 miles than to replace the engine. So we want to make sure we're applying the right fix to extend the service life of that asset, being the road. And we use a lot of our asset management principles. So here's a reminder of the millage financials. It is a half mil countywide. For the Washtenaw County Road Commission, it does generate roughly $4.9 million. For the cities, that would equate to $3.8 million. And then that 20%, which goes to the non-motorized, which is administered by the Washtenaw County Parks and Recreation Commission, that's $2.2 million for a total of $10.9 million. Any questions thus far? Okay, very good. So again, we do have a map. We love our maps. It is, again, this is our first round of projects for the new restore and renewal. When things are collected during the winter taxes, and then that revenue is then spent the very next year. So this next construction season, we've got over $5 million in projects planned. And again, we've got those mill and overlays in the red. The blues are reconstruction. We've got a lot of preventive maintenance seal coating, and some limestone overlays as well. And following the map, we do have a table. That table is a little tough to read on the presentation, but in the handouts, a little easier to read. This covers roughly 56 miles of roadway and totals $5.2 million. You may be asking yourself, well, you just told me we raised $4.9 million, yet the project total cost is 5.2. Math doesn't add up. We do put more money into the roads projects coming from the Road Commission's revenue source, Michigan Transportation Funds, to make sure that we get the projects accomplished. And over the course of time, those planning dollars get turned into real estimates. And as you know, inflationary cost does drive things up, but we are committed to accomplishing the work. We do have a few more miles improved because there's a lot of preventive maintenance seal coat in this round for this year. Any questions on the project list? Yes.
Go to Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. It looks like there's a section of Scio Church we've worked on in 2024, and we're also going to work on the same section in 2025. Is that common? I know it's a very traveled road. I travel
Sure.
going home. We share it between our districts. So just wondered.
That's a great question. So one of the things that we do is we do resurfacing that paving. That paving is really expensive. So if we're just paving the top course of asphalt, it's roughly over 200,000 a mile. And so one of the things that we do is that paving's expensive. We want to make sure that asphalt, which it's very black when it starts off, and the sun over time oxidizes it. So what we want to do is, it's like your skin, you put sunscreen on it. What we tend to do is within a year or two of paving, we'll go and do a seal coat. So that chip seal and fog seal will go over top of that new asphalt, protect that investment, and really extend that service life of the road. So it's not uncommon where we'll do paving and people will say, well, you were just here. Why are you going over top of it with seal coat? And it's really to protect that investment. It is like, best way to describe it, sunscreen to protect that asphalt from oxidizing. So if it oxidizes, becomes brittle, and those cracks start happening. And once you get cracks, then freeze thaw, and we're in that season, pothole season. So that's the methodology. Great question. Okay. With that, again, I was trying to keep it short and sweet tonight. And I really didn't have any more material. Obviously, a lot of work that's happening. I also will mention, you should have all received I didn't bring any copies tonight, but you should have all received our annual report. We do put our annual report out, a copy of the work in total, not just the millage, but also there's an insert in here about the millage. So we've got the millage highlighted in the insert that we'll talk about the projects that were accomplished. But overall, if you have any questions on the annual report, be happy to take any of those as well.
Mr. McDonald, I do think we've got a few questions in the queue, and those might sort of spur more. So I appreciate your brevity, but I think tonight we've got a little wiggle room on the back end here. So
Absolutely.
hopefully those will be verbose questions. We got Commissioner Robbie and then Commissioner Masiewski, and colleagues, please raise your hand for another.
All right. Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you for all the good work that you do. It's been awesome to see, as you, really grown in this role. And, you've been very communicative with the Board of Commissioners, always very appreciative of the work that you do. Always want to appreciate our road commissioners that are here as well, and the road commissioners that serve on our road commission. I think it's just a wonderful, well-run organization that's doing a lot of good work. Just to really emphasize, really appreciate the communication and the fact that you guys come back and you submit reports basically on every one of our agendas, or if not every one of them, it's every other, it's frequent. Really appreciate seeing that. So my question is sort of building off of that. Obviously the road commission's done a really good job of that, but one of the issues that I brought up during the millage renewal was around the non-road commission jurisdictions and sort of having the same level of accountability and reporting back to the Board of Commissioners. Where are we at with that? What is it looking like? I don't think that they're here with you today. Is there a way to get those reports in a similar fashion that the Road Commission submits them?
I can certainly attempt to answer that. I know that as part of the millage passing, we work with the administration on getting a memorandum of understanding signed and executed. So we were one of I think the first one to get that done. And I know the administration is working with those communities to get those memorandum of understanding underway. And I've been answering questions from communities and helping to assist in that regard. But if there's questions about, project plans for any of the communities where I'm happy to assist, but ultimately they make those decisions on where those monies go. But we assist after the projects are accomplished, where we will put forth reimbursement requests. And that's when we really know, all right, where the money was spent, how much was spent, and then we ask for that reimbursement. Happy to help on the reporting side, but ultimately, my understanding is the memorandum of understandings will be between the county and those communities individually.
I see Andrew wanting to say something maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to compliment what Matt's saying, administration has been working on this since the board passed that reporting and planning resolution last year. We have sent copies of the MOU that Matt referenced to all entities who receive any funding from any of the millages that the board has put on the ballot before the voters. We have not yet received signed copies back with all of those, but have been working through some of the details in terms of the expectations of the county. I would say that the reference point that we have been using with roads specifically has been the format and the frequency that's been shared with you tonight. So that is underway. We're not prepared to really report on it more tonight, but can get that information back to you if you're interested in a longer update.
The ordinance that we passed last year applies to what millage years? Because under that ordinance, it's not optional to report to us on these things, so. And so I guess I asked that because have they not received dollars from us, but not signed an MOU? In terms of timing, like, because the taxes were collected in December, so I assume that the cities have received some amount of money. But-
Yeah, thank you. It was not an ordinance, it was a resolution that was adopted by the board. And so it was receipt of the funds as it was written in the resolution was not contingent upon completion of the MOU. How we framed it, though, is we will be reporting the response from all of the jurisdictions who received some of the millage proceeds, whether or not they complete the MOU and complete the reporting. I can get a copy of it, though, in terms of it, but we have been trying to execute the resolution that was adopted by the board.
Okay, well, I guess I'll have to go back and look at the language again. That seems a little squishier than I would have liked. So you're saying that the municipalities don't necessarily have to sign the MOU to follow the resolution protocol that was outlined by the board?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I certainly would be interested, the next time that this millage comes up for renewal to assert way stronger language. I mean, that's ridiculous, actually, that we didn't do something a little bit stronger in there to make sure that these reports actually came through to us. So we need something stronger than that. And I don't know if it can be done at this point. But I'm very uncomfortable with the notion that, well, we'll see what happens, right? We'll see if they actually fill out the MOUs and sign them. But I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of sending money to local municipalities without that level of accountability, the same that the road commission, same standard that the road commission is held to. Everybody needs to be held to that standard. And that was the intent of the resolution. And I'm disappointed that it wasn't crafted in a way that was more forcible.
I think Administrator Dill may have something to add to that.
The only thing I'd like to add at this point, Commissioners, is that it sounds like hearing this conversation that there is an expectation that there is additional reporting. We will reach out to those communities and communicate those expectations and see if we can't get a more fulsome update at a future meeting. I will say I've not heard of any of those municipalities, pushing back on the notion that reporting is a requirement. I would say that we need to be stronger in our messaging around the expectations of this body. So we will work on that, and we'll see what we can do to make sure that happens.
I mean, it's my expectation. I think it was the intent of the board for all of the jurisdictions that receive dollars from this millage to have to file a report as we had outlined, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, was a report at the beginning of the year saying how you're going to spend the money, a 4-year report on how you're going to spend the money over the 4 years of the millage, and then every June, I think it was, a report on how you actually spent the money. So I think there were 3 reports that were required of the entities that were receiving money. Does my memory serve me well?
It does.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
And I don't know, is this working session, meant to like count for that for the road commission, or is it, okay? So then we absolutely need to see that from the other jurisdictions that are receiving money from us.
So if it pleases the board, I'd like to send a communication to those jurisdictions outlining that request and see where that takes us. And then, of course, if that doesn't produce the desired results, we can certainly come back and you guys can strengthen the language. Does that work?
That works. I guess the last thing I'll say here is I thought that the board was pretty clear in communicating what its intention was on this prior. And so I'm a little disappointed that we're at this point in March of 2025 and still don't have that.
Understood. Thank you.
We may have just a little bit of time on the back end to further discuss that, so we'll see. Commissioner Robbie, anything else on the question you had related to roads?
Yeah, building off of that, this again is not necessarily, this is relating to the same line of questioning, but on the signs, which, you know, I haven't really seen any signs in the city of Ann Arbor still, and I'm still wondering kind of what, are they gonna be putting those up, or, you know, same sort of, because that was in the resolution as well, that we were requiring that. And so I just want to make sure that that is happening, that the taxpayers of Washtenaw County are getting the due credit for the projects even within the municipalities.
I will respond if that's okay. We do supply the signs to the cities. So that question is put out there. The road commission absolutely will supply those signs for those projects. And then the municipalities are responsible for putting them up for those project limits. So we will supply them.
It sounds
And a
like,
lot of the work, I will say, takes place during the summer. So you won't see those signs at this point for 2025 projects. You'll see them likely starting in May and into the fall. And then usually we leave them up until that next construction season and then move them to the next year's projects. Is usually how that works.
yeah, I know the road commission's been doing a good job of posting those.
Mhm.
Appreciated.
No problem.
How do we make sure that the cities are also doing that? I assume it's in the MOU that they need to sign. So I would like to have some kind of a legal analysis if we need to push harder via resolution or ordinance on the municipalities, because I'm not comfortable collecting taxes and sending those tax dollars and then not following the conditions that we've set out for that. So everybody's nodding, so hopefully I've made my,
Also say that the reimbursement requests don't come in until after the projects are accomplished. So there is some time there. Typically, that's end of summer, fall, where we're submitting reimbursement requests to the county on behalf of the municipalities and the road commission. So we do have a little time before that.
thank you. And once again, appreciate your work and of our road commissioners as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Go to Commissioner Machewski. Commissioners, if you have a question, just put the hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, thanks for being here tonight with you and your team. I wanted to ask about Parker Road, mill and overlay project this year. Was it last year or 23 that you did that major culvert project on Parker?
So Parker Road, that was a few years ago, where we replaced just south of Dexter Chelsea, that culvert that was in, it was restricted. You'll know when our structures get weight limited. They're nearing the end of their service life, and we do try and appropriately plan so that we replace them before we get to the point where we have to do a closure. So fortunately, we were able to replace that structure. That was not a millage project. It was road commission funding on a primary road to replace that structure.
And so, when the road commission did that culvert project, I know there was communication with the school district. I know they were
Absolutely.
Parker Road, for those who aren't familiar with that part of Parker Road, I know you are, is a major artery for the students getting to the high school. And fortunately, I think that project was completed in the summertime. Is it the expectation that this year's project is a summertime project as well? It will be done by the time we get to August?
That's the hope. Anytime we're working in and around a school, we're trying to schedule that work during when they're out of session, obviously. There are times where we have intersection projects or that duration kind of blends over into the next school year, but we try to limit those as best we can.
A related school kind of question. This week, there was a second accident on Wiley Road as basically from 7:30 to 8 a.m. Wiley Road gets used a lot from Island Lake down to Dexter, Chelsea. And there's a curve there. And on Monday morning, there was this, for the second time this calendar year, a car slid off, hit a tree. Was wondering if there's anything that could be done with the road itself in terms of the condition or the surface. I know when additional material gets added to the top of the road, it makes it very slick. So I wanted to at least alert you to that if you hadn't heard about it. But it's been the second time this calendar year that that's happened. And so I wanted to note that as well. And then a question about roundabouts. So I know there are two major roundabout projects coming in Dexter, but roundabouts in general. Are you continuing to move down the road of installing more roundabouts throughout Washtenaw County? How are they being received? Your general philosophy at this point about that?
No, it's a great question. I'll start, and Brent Schlack, our Director of Engineering, he can certainly add to it as well. One of the good things about roundabouts, they tend to move traffic fairly well. They're efficient. One of the other benefits is people slow down. You have to slow down to get into a roundabout as compared to a traffic signal where the green phase may be 45, 50 miles an hour. And so by slowing traffic down, the types of crashes that we see tend to be less severe. So generally speaking, a single lane roundabout will certainly, you'll see a much reduced crash frequency in severity and fatalities. That's a huge benefit, but it's not the right fit for every intersection. And I'll let Brent kind of speak to that.
Hi, Brent Schlack, Director of Engineering, Washtenaw County Road Commission. Yeah, it's a tool in our toolbox. We look at a lot of different options whenever we're looking at an intersection. And roundabouts certainly rise up there, and that's mainly because of the reduced number of conflict points. So when you have an intersection, you have, I think there's 32 conflict points in our traditional four-way intersection. For a roundabout, there's 9 conflict points. That's where you would either have a car crossing another lane or crossing a bike, pedestrian pathway. And so it's definitely a tool that we look closely at, but it's not for every location. And so we evaluate the pros and cons for each option and try to determine what the best solution is for that location. So one location may be beneficial for a roundabout, another one may be a traffic signal.
A good, for instance, I know Brent and his team do a great job of submitting competitive grants. So when we're submitting competitive grants, we're competing with communities all over Southeast Michigan. And we do a great job of looking at, all right, what would be the right appropriate fix? This last summer, we actually built a roundabout at Miller and Zeeb, and that was with safety funds. Same safety funds, we applied for a traffic signal project up at North Territorial and Webster Church. Both enhance the safety of those intersections, but we felt like, all right, that signal project, a little lower cost, but really a nice safety enhancement there. So it just depends on the characteristics of the intersection. And oftentimes it depends on the funding that we're going after. Is it going to be competitive when we go after a grant to bring those funds into Washtenaw County?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to, Chair, just end with a comment. Thank you for coming out to the Dexter Forum recently. I really appreciate the outreach efforts by the Road Commission. I know Sheriff Fuller attends those. She was just there, I think, this past weekend. Really appreciate the outreach, especially in the Dexter community where we've got these two major roundabout projects coming in the next couple of years. Really appreciate the willingness to talk to the community about these things, get their questions ahead of time and deal with that. So very much appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. And a lot of our major projects, I will say, we do have a public engagement policy. And so we do require those public meetings, but those are extra steps where it really does help lay the groundwork for those public information meetings when you unveil, all right, here's what it looks like. Here's what we're looking to thinking and doing. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Go to Commissioner Hodge and then Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, thank you for the great map and the annual report. Where I put it, it's over here. It's nice. Check it out. It's got the nice, it folds out. This part in here is really nice. My question is about Button Road. I had a constituent reach out recently about concerns related to the Button Road. Tends to be one that we hear a lot about. I don't know if you know when it's scheduled for work or if it is scheduled.
So I know there's work. Brighton, come on
Yeah.
back up. Button and textile, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So we actually applied for a safety grant along Textile Road. And that included, from Huron River Drive to Bridge. And that was a center left turn lane and included, improving that intersection of Bunton and Textile. And that'll become a traffic signal, part of that safety grant. That is a 26 project.
Okay.
So we're in the middle of, trying to prepare plans for that, work through all of the federal requirements, there's a big culvert that needs to be replaced along there as well. So we're just working through that design right now.
All right.
So that'll be, those funds will be obligated, and we'll see how it fits in within our schedule on whether that would be constructed in 26 or we would obligate those funds and construct in 27. So it'll be, we're shooting for 26, but it could be either one of those years.
Got it. Thank you.
I will add that if it's also concern about condition of Button Road. So one of the things that we talk about with our township partners, we have two kind of categories of roadways and that the road commission is responsible. Primary roads, we are absolutely responsible for projects and improving the surface. We are responsible for the maintenance of both primary and local roads. The local roads, one of the challenges is the law in the books for road funding in order to enhance above normal maintenance, meaning like a resurfacing project, we're required to have a partner. So 50% partner. And that's where we partner with our local road with townships. So we'll partner whether it either could be Ypsilanti or Augusta with Button, and we'll look at a local road program. We have a local road program where we set aside $2 million. Unfortunately, when you divide that by 20 township, that isn't a very big number with road costs the way they are. But we do try and prioritize the needs of the community with our township partners.
Appreciate it. I hear a lot about Button since it's, goes across both of my townships.
Yes.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go to Commissioner Sanders.
I do this often enough when it's my turn to report out. I do say that you give too much information in your meetings for me to be able to collapse it down and share out. But I just wanted to say thank you for reporting out today, but also for the Rose 101 that I attended last week. It is extremely well done and very informative. And just to encourage the listeners, if they've never visited your website before, to please do that. It is chock full of information. But also to just say thank you because I've been your commissioner, but I've also been your customer. And I find both of those experiences to be pleasant You are extremely timely in your responses to me, even sometimes if I've had a tantrum or two. And so I just want to say thank you. I believe in giving people their flowers while they're here. And I find your staff and your commissioners to be doing an excellent job in response to anything that we've asked of you. So I appreciate that.
I greatly appreciate that, and I will give credit to the team. They do a great job, including our commissioners, of course.
We'll go back, we'll go to Commissioner Scott, then back to Commissioner Robbie, and then raise your hand if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to say thank you. I emailed the new supervisor in Pittsfield Township about somebody who reached out to me about the light at Costco in the airport, and Brent was like on it like a snap, and I think had it fixed by like the next day or the day after. And I'm just gonna say, around a whole unit of nurses, man, the road commission had some really good kudos after that happened, and as quick as it did. It was pretty impressive. And I think that's just illustrative of the work you do. So like Commissioner Sanders, I just want to make sure that I gave you a public thank you for that. It's, you know, people like to say disparaging things about politicians, which I always think is unfair. And they probably like to say disparaging things about roads as well. And that is also probably unfair. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Well, thank you, and thank you for being our second set of eyes out there. We do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that you and I still need to sit down and talk about is this isn't relating to the plan that you're presenting necessarily, but want to talk more with you about diversity and hiring at the Road Commission. And that's something that you and I just need to sit down and talk about. But I didn't know if you had anything on that you want to chat about here, or, you know, or we can just delay that conversation until you and I sit down. But I know it's a concern that I've heard before from, you know, folks out in the community and several constituents, just about making sure that, you know, the Road Commission staff is representative of, you know, the community at large.
Absolutely. And we are hiring, so that is the good news. So please go to our website, wcroads.org. We have about us, and there is hiring, and we've done a lot in that realm as far as expanding our ability to kind of get into the Road Commission, because one of the positions we're typically always hiring is a heavy truck driver. So the heavy truck driver requires a Class A CDL license. Our board last year approved a new CDL training policy, which allows us to hire laborers, so a little more entry level, and hopefully it's opening up our employment pool. So you can hire a laborer and you can earn and learn at the Road Commission. You can qualify if you've got some construction experience. That's great. And then we will hire that person. We've done some things on the applicant side of things, blind applications, taking out all the information and just looking at the qualifications. But ultimately, we're trying to hire the best workforce possible. So so if we can expand the pool of applicants, that's great. And I always look forward to conversations on how better to do that within our community. So I will absolutely would like to sit down with you, and we've Commissioner Sanders and I have talked about that as well, along with our commissioners. So that's a topic that certainly we're always trying to improve upon.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, but I want to give other commissioners a chance to go if you have any remaining ones. Great. Thank you for the presentation, and I just want to say my introduction to the Road Commission was a tour that was offered / directed by Doug Fuller. And I say offered / directed because he asked if I wanted to do it without really a sense that there was a choice in response. And it was really informative. This was 2012, and I still remember it. And there's a lot more out there, especially for someone like me who represents a city district. But one of the things that I saw on that tour was just how much physical infrastructure we've got as it relates to materials. And you mentioned inflation broadly. It sounds like you're dealing with that, but do we get any materials from or processed from Canada, Mexico, anywhere else in the world that we're sort of, agitating at this point that might be impacted by tariffs?
I think most of our aggregate supplies are generally from Michigan. Maybe has several quarries. We have some local quarries, aggregate pits in Washtenaw County. So we do get a lot of our materials here in Michigan. We're fortunate in that regard. We also have, as far as hot mix asphalt, we have producer. There's 2 plants really close locally here. So we are fortunate. It does keep costs down quite a bit. And as far as road building, that's really a lot aggregates and hot mix asphalt and concrete. We have concrete producers within the county, Doan Concrete being one of them, and there's others, but that's a major supplier. Now they obviously probably purchase things outside of Michigan, but that is kind of nothing that we don't have any vendors or suppliers that I think come outside of Michigan for us. But there is a trickle down for sure.
I've got a few more, but let me go to Commissioner Robbie. Well, he's got a hand up.
I was just wanted to build off that question, if that's okay, Chair. I know that the road commission used to and maybe still does have some gravel pits. Is that?
So we have land that used to be gravel pits. We do not do any.
You don't
active
actually,
mining.
yeah,
No.
okay. Is there mineable material on those lands still?
A few of our sites, yes. It's mainly natural gravel, but that is something that we don't typically do anymore. In fact, we're evaluating those properties as well. So
Is there any consideration of re-engaging in extraction or no?
not for us. I think that's a private sector, the market. There's a lot of folks that do that work and are very efficient at that work. And I think we're best served by doing the public bids and having that competitive bid process play out, and then they supply us with the aggregates. Years ago, that was the case where there were a lot of road agencies that did do crushing operations and aggregates as well. Not the most popular thing to do either, I will add, for a lot of reasons. I think we as an agency, it's been decades since we've done any of that.
Okay, I mean, I have mixed feelings on it because I think obviously it is a sensitive issue for the community to watch.
Land use.
For land use purposes,
Mhm.
and it's got to be done at some point in the process. And if there's an efficiency that can be gained by the fact that we already own the material, it feels like that would be the most. I mean, we already own the material; it's just a matter of extracting it. So it
The
seems like it would
equipment
be.
the equipment to do the extraction and to process is an extraordinary high cost. So that's where we just don't have that equipment or expertise to do any of that.
Okay, I mean, I feel like there's ways potentially to make that still work. I don't know if so it's not something you've considered, or have you even run the numbers on something like that recently?
Nothing we've considered, no,
Okay. Would you consider it? Is it something you would consider?
not at this point.
Okay.
No.
And the reason being just the high financial burden of it?
Absolutely.
And there's no cost efficiency of, I mean, so walk me through it, because we own the gravel, right?
We own the land.
Forgive me, let me interrupt just to ask one clarifying question. When you say aggregate, will you define that for somebody that isn't in and of your world?
Absolutely. So there's material present. Oftentimes in a quarry, limestone is present. It's a type of rock. That rock needs to be mined and crushed and processed, and it gets sold for all industries, not just our road industry, for all industries. So the cost of that equipment and doing that processing for the amount of stone that we put down would be astronomical for the cost benefit. So it's much more cost beneficial to purchase from market.
That, for some reason, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, I would love to
Sure, we can
Help-
talk about it.
help me better understand it because, I mean, I understand, I know that Commissioner Beaman keeps mentioning stuff and is chomping at the bit to say something. But, it, you know, it is expensive to buy material on the market as well. And
Sure.
especially when we're buying, at the volume that we're buying, it seems like if we already own the material that, you know, maybe we could, you know, maybe if you wanted to privatize part of the process, you could subcontract the extraction of the material to a third party entity to extract it. But the fact that the material is already owned by the county seems like an efficiency in the process that we wouldn't have to incur. That is different from buying something in a private market where a vendor has to incur all the other costs of staff and equipment. And on top of that, they have to incur the costs of land ownership, taxes, et cetera. And so it seems like there would be an efficiency there, even if we had owned the land, contracted out the extraction to another entity. We already own the material, we already own the aggregate. So it seems to me that there would be some efficiency in that. There clearly was at some point.
Rich discussion. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you. I was just going to piggyback off of that since I have many gravel pits in District 3. The biggest issue that I believe you're referring to is the economy of scale. So we have these gravel pits and no fewer than 80 gravel trucks go up and down the road every single day. That's how much they're hauling and getting out to their jobs. I think what your point is that we aren't going to need to operate at that scale 24/7 in a way that these larger organizations do. But I'm happy to take anybody out who wants to come see some of my gravel pits out in District 3 and be there when they blow stuff up, because that's how they mine, is blowing stuff up.
Just a few more questions. Any other questions from other commissioners first, though? Two things I wanted to ask about. At the state level, is there anything moving on roads, either in the legislature or from the governor's office, that is at all relevant to what we do, just in terms of just holistic work and the question of road funding?
I'm very encouraged about the conversations that are being had by the governor and also the Speaker of the House. So the good news is they both agree on the number. I think it's 3.7 or $3.9 billion in additional fundings required for the state of Michigan for road funding. How it gets collected is the question. And that would have a huge benefit for additional revenue to invest in things like Button Road or our primary system. And we would welcome that. Obviously, not only do we need investment into the road network, but we have 50 trucks and each heavy truck costs $500,000. And if they last 10 years, it means we have to buy 5 trucks a year. A grader, we have 11 graders. It costs $500,000 for a grader. And we need more graders and more trucks so that we can better provide service to the residents of Washtenaw County. So fleet, equipment, facilities, road infrastructure, you have to take a balanced approach to all of that to provide these services. And it's well documented as far as the needs of our road networks in Michigan far outweigh the funding available. So we have to make good funding decisions. Fortunately, we have been blessed with a countywide millage that has helped us along, but we've got a long ways to go. So we're very encouraged. We're engaged with our county road association and helping out answer questions of legislators if they have them. We have an asset management plan that outlines all the unfunded needs on our primary network. And then we have a local roads booklet for our township partners that outline all the unfunded local road needs, and it's tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. So
Thank you for raising that. All good stuff, makes sense. In terms of local roads, state, and sort of the intersection with the road commission, is there anything new on any of the Reimagine Washtenaw initiative that is at all relevant to the road commission right now? I know that's a big land use set of questions beyond just roads, but also non-motorized and so forth. Is there anything popping in your sort of jurisdiction on that turf?
a lot of planning efforts have gone into reimagining Washtenaw. We are involved in that, a lot of our county roads that intersect with that corridor. Obviously, we don't have jurisdiction on that corridor, so we're plugged in from that perspective, how we can assist and how it's gonna impact the intersections. I've not heard any far as planned investments for construction dollars. That I haven't heard. I don't have any update for that.
And then just one last question that I have. You mentioned some of what you're doing to try and attract folks to come work at the road commission. What do you get in terms of the staff you've got there on what's their tenure and what selling points does your benefit package offer in the context of long-term maintenance of staff in positions, retention and so forth?
That's a great question. So I didn't talk about the size. We're about 130 strong. We have numerous openings in our operations department. We do offer a full complement of full benefits. It's all on our website. As far as healthcare on day one, we do still offer a defined benefit pension for new employees. We have healthcare savings for retirement as well for new employees. Our wages are competitive. In fact, we're going through a wage study and making sure that that is indeed the case. And I am encouraged over the last few years. We have had a lot of retirements and turnover. In fact, I was just talking with staff over the last 3 years, we've hired about 30 to 35 new employees. And so that's when you're talking about a staff of 130, that's a pretty big turnover. So there's a pretty big learning curve at a day in the life of the road commission, because it really takes a full year to really understand all of what you do in that job. And then it takes several years to get good at it and work within the team, whether it be a district crew or a team of project manager, inspector, what have you. So it's a interesting career, one that I think our niche is we're serving the community, and that really is a great thing. And you're going to go to work in one square and you're going to come back to that square every day, or you're not leaving and going over the road, or you're able to really be home base is Washtenaw County. So that's a real advantage. That's kind of our niche.
Sorry to throw so many questions at you, but given what you just said, what's the average age roughly in terms of the folks that you're getting? I understand, you only have so many managers and planners and so forth, but you've talked a lot about crews and folks sort of on the ground. Are these folks on the front end of their career, I assume?
So we have a mix, I would say. I meet with every new employee during orientation, and we have people that are coming out of high school, maybe a couple years experience, and we have people that are second careers, where they're said, I've been over the road and I'm 50 and I need to be at home. I need to make a change. And so we absolutely welcome those experienced folks. So we see a mix of folks coming to the road commission, whether it be a second career, or maybe they've worked in the private sector for a while. They value a work-life balance and they want to make a change. So that too is a big incentive, I think, that people come to us with.
Sure. We had the 9 of us, and obviously the staff are trying to figure out long-term the questions of retention and attraction to come work for the county in any number of areas. What is the mix that you need to get folks to look at the county and then stay here? So that's good to hear from you, and you know, we'll be looking to your experience there. And
Absolutely.
yeah.
We can share and learn in that regard, where you gotta have great benefits, good pay as far as market goes, and then that work-life balance has been our recipe, so to speak.
Before I go to Commissioner Robbie, I just want to say quickly too, like the other commissioners here, I'd echo that, I think your staff is doing a great job. I have seen high points and low points since 2013 in terms of the relationship between the road commission, the board of commissioners, road commissioners, and sort of the 3 points of that. And I know Barb Fuller is still in the room, so I'd like to pin her down just to say, I appreciate the job she and her colleagues are doing. And the biggest thing, Barb, is thank you for being visible and tangible. Because that's been, you know, some of the spur of feedback we've gotten in years past that I don't get at all. So thank you for that. Let's go to Commissioner Scott and then Commissioner Robbie.
Well, I have one more thing to say. If this conversation has seemed riveting and interesting to you, we are still looking for one more commissioner to join the road commission. So here's your chance. You could see how exciting this conversation has been. Just let me know if you are interested in that position. Thanks.
It's a good point. I've heard Commissioners Light or Somerville are interested since they're not here. So Commissioner Robbie.
So building off of Labar's previous comments about the tariff situation, there are petrochemicals in road construction, no?
Yes, so a lot of that comes from our vendors. It goes to the vendors, so we don't see that directly, but yes,
Well,
you're
I mean, we could see
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, you could,
I mean,
absolutely.
if they pass it on.
Inflationary costs is, fortunately, we've got a lot of our bids out and we've got prices locked in for the time being, but absolutely in the future, that could be a problem.
Yeah, because I think the petrochemical tariff is 10%.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah.
So that could be the angle. I mean, because a lot of the actual aggregate is mined more locally, I think. That's probably not coming from Canada, but
Yes,
the
correct.
petrochemicals might be.
Agreed.
Sounds good. Well, when we meet, I want to talk more about the
Aggregates, all right. I'll
aggregates
be
issue
ready.
too.
I'll do my homework.
Not something you guys have heard in a long time, but,
Yes.
and I do want to, my last thought here is I do want to give a comment to, what Labar said earlier too about, former Commissioner Doug Fuller. He is the reason that I got interested in the road commission from the beginning too. When I started in 2011, as a young 22-year-old commissioner, he put me in his pickup truck and we drove around the county, and he showed me everything from, you know, how roads are rebuilt to, he was very into bridges and culverts. And we went down in a few ditches to check out how the culverts were being built and stuff like that. So he taught me a lot, definitely, about the road commission. So shout out to him and his memory.
Yeah, and to Commissioner Sanders' point about giving flowers while they're there to enjoy them, obviously Doug is no longer with us, but if there were an opportunity to name something down the line in his honor, I know I'd be interested in doing that too. Any other questions for our road commission? Matt, thanks so much. We really appreciate the presentation.
Absolutely. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it. And please reach out to me if there's any area of help I can. If you've got constituents with road issues, just send them to me and we'll get them squared away. Thank you so much.
So we'll go then to any items for current or future discussion. I have one, but I want to give folks an opportunity to weigh in first. Okay. I would just encourage you, if you've got issues that you want to bring up for discussion at working session, I'm just pulling up the table Ashley has. Right now, without making a commitment, because we will have a leadership meeting next week and want to coordinate that, but at least penciled in, we got Food Policy Council and likely an update on sheltering in 2 weeks. And then the United Way coming on April 2nd. That is sort of fixed because of their schedule. And then Youth Assessment Center out there at some point in the future, along with something from the Resilience Office and the PACE update, since we got Andy Levin coming in. But if you have other asks, please send them my way and we'll try and facilitate those. So. Great. I would entertain at this point a motion to adjourn. Is there support to adjourn? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. We are adjourned. 7 on the nose.
Let's put the microphone on. Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting of the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners on March 5th, 2025 to order. We will rise for the pledge to begin the meeting.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ashlyn, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner LeBar,
Here.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Maciejewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Ashlyn. At this point in the meeting, we'll have public participation. If any members of the public are here tonight and would like to address this body, you can come forward to the lectern. You have 3 minutes to address the board. We have a handy light system to let you know where you are in that 3 minutes. Green means you're good to go. You see the yellow light, you should try to start wrapping up your comments. Red means your time is up. I will interrupt you if we get to the red, just to try to keep things fair and equal for all people talking. And those same parameters hold for anybody who is going to make online comments. Is anybody in the room interested in addressing the public here tonight? Come on up, just come on up. When you address us, we'd like you to let us know your name and where you live. Thank you.
Would you say that again?
We just would like to know your name and where you live.
Okay,
You don't have to provide an exact address. or
I'm
anything.
not.
City or township. Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. I am Sharice Allen. I live in Ypsilanti Township. Thank you for the opportunity for me to share my concerns and seek answers. In February 2024, I applied for the We Life Coordinator position, eager for a career shift that would allow me to use my skills and talents to support those in my community directly impacted by gun violence. The process began with a Zoom meeting alongside four other candidates, followed by written responses to 3 detailed questions. The next phase included a behavior-based interview, after which I was informed that I was the top candidate in each category and I could move to the final round. In May 2024, I was then invited to the final round, a community-based interview where I created and presented a PowerPoint presentation to the community members explaining the significance of the We Life program. In June 2024, the next step was an extensive investigative background check. On July 29th, 2024, I was formally offered a CJO and I accepted the We Life coordinator role with the HR to follow up with me in the coming week. August 7th, I received an email from HR stating that upon completion of the behavior exam, I would receive my final offer. I inquired about the salary and informed that it would start at step 3. Confident in this offer, I resigned from my lecture position at U of M School of Social Work. On August 26th, after not receiving any communication from HR, I contacted HR and I was informed that the sheriff-elect was deciding if she wanted the We Life coordinator position at the sheriff's office. At that time, no other communication. On January 21st, to my surprise, I received a call regarding the We Life coordinator position. Actually, I was surprised and excited. But then I was blindsided. After I called back, they stated, "Oh, we filled the position." My response was simple. "Excuse me, that's interesting. I received the CJO and I've been waiting to hear from HR." I asked to speak with the sheriff directly and they told me that the sheriff was not going to speak to me because the previous sheriff had put the job on hold. And then I was informed that the sheriff appointed someone to the position when this was not an appointed position. I'm here before you because I'm deeply concerned and about how this process unfolded, and I would like to know what are my next steps, who should I be contacting for answers, and who should I expect to reach out to me? Because if this is happening to me, it is happening to somebody else. That was a whole February 2024 to January 2021, 25, and I still don't have the position. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from someone.
Thank you. Just so you know, we hear all the public participation first and then commissioners can respond. Anybody else in the audience who would like to address this body? Just come forward. I don't have to call on you or anything. Just come on up. Name and city or township, please.
Gigi Jones, Ipsy Township. And I just wanted to bring this before the board because I feel like we need to deal with this as an emergency. The gateway coming into Washtenaw County is kind of like when you come in, when you see Ford Lake all beautiful on the left and you can see into the Gulf, the Marriott and everything. And then on the right, there's always been the Ford building that is very appropriate, you know, it's looking nice. Well, there's like a 40-yard piece of graffiti all on the top. And that just looks so bad. That's the gateway, not just in Ypsilanti, but Ann Arbor. And that's what everyone sees when they're coming through. And I'm afraid that if we leave it up there and we don't do an emergency intervention with that, it's gonna cause more. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience here?
Jeremy Haling, Ipsy Township. Looks like Ipsy Township's represented. I was going to say on January 2007, I went to a Washtenaw Community College Board meeting. The college president saw I was there, came to me before the meeting started and asked if he could set up a time where we could talk. I did that, trusted the guy. After the meeting, 2 weeks later, I was called to the dean in math and natural sciences. I worked for the Department of Biology at the time. And basically they told me my grant was reallocated to something else. So essentially I was fired. I wonder why that might happen. I was talking about what happens in all governments. I've realized then it's called the unofficial policy of spend it or lose it policy. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. We can have that discussion for another time because that truly happens. When I still was living in Walkabout Creek in Dexter and didn't have a car, my friend dropped me off one time, and the next day they called and said that they were just at the pilot on Baker Road at 94 getting gas, and a man across the pump just started talking to him, bringing up conversation. And they said they just come from Walkabout Creek, and they just come from Hilltop, the Avalon housing place right next to Walkabout Creek. And mentioned that, you know, that he couldn't stay there with his family, that they don't allow men living in those facilities with their family. And that's been concerning me for a while. And that's why I'm here and going to be going to the Ann Arbor Housing Commission to complain and address this. You need to get the numbers, or not numbers, or the makeup of who makes up these housings that get these vouchers. Male, female, how many kids, you can do that. It's all in paperwork. I fill it out. They get it and they can give it to you. Because this man's not living with his family. He's obviously living somewhere else, taking up another home that somebody else could be living in. And I've been on the program for a while. I've seen and heard this thing myself, maybe have been suggested by people who work in the system how to skate it. It happens, and I'm just letting you know, this is when I'm going to go to Ann Arbor Housing Commission and ask them if they can get the information of the makeup, find out how many single moms live in these units or their families, and get the makeup of what really makes them up and find out what's going on, because what he said is very disturbing. This is a man who wanted to be with his family, but wasn't able to because somebody told him he can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Ashley, I know we have at least one person online who would like to make public comment.
Correct, Chair. First, we have Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville, welcome.
Thanks. Hi, commissioners. I'm sorry I'm not there. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm watching at home and that my surgery went really well and I plan to be at our next March meeting. And I just, in response to my constituent, Ms. Sharisa Allen, I'm really sorry to learn that that happened. I was unaware until your public comment that you got a phone call in January. And other commissioners might chime in commissioner follow-up. We don't have a whole lot of oversight over actions that the elected sheriff takes other than the budget oversight process. But I just want to say that you are a huge asset in the community. And it's a huge loss that you were not offered that job that you, I guess, at one point were offered. So I will follow up with you one-on-one, and I really am sad to learn that that is what happened.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments online, Ashley?
No, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner follow-up to public participation. Would any commissioners like to follow up? Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Commissioner Somerville's remarks. I think we'll do what we can to look into the situation. Somebody will get back in touch with you with more information. And the other piece around graffiti, I think the administrator and I have an interest in that property, and we'll take a look at what's going on with the graffiti and see if there's something we can do about it. And Jeremy, good to see you again. I think I keep seeing you everywhere now. He was at the senior forum that we just did.
Any other commissioners for follow-up? Commissioner LeBar.
Along the lines of what Ms. Allen mentioned, we did pass a policy via resolution, I want to say in December, outlining which positions in the countywides were subject to what level of discretion and jurisdiction. And so that is at least up there on the website, on the Board of Commissioners page, under policies. It's one of the last resolutions of this past year. And so for Ms. Allen, that may be of immediate use in answering some of the question. But I'll be happy to help colleagues if I'm at all useful in that. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other follow-up? Commissioner Sanders?
I did have an opportunity to witness the graffiti on the top of that building. I guess my first thought was, as I drove past it on 94, that building is owned, I believe, still by Ford. And my first thought was, where were the security cameras? Because the length and the level of the graffiti required a whole lot of time for them to be able to do that. And I'm just wondering out loud if that facility is not utilizing security anymore. I know that there are certain times of the year that they load that parking lot up with vehicles. And then maybe a month later they disappear. So I guess my first thought, not that we as a county are not concerned with that, but that to me would be the responsibility of the owner of that property and the municipality that it resides within in terms of enforcement.
I believe Administrator Dill has a follow-up there.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, we will certainly look into this and do what we need to do as a community partner. I believe, and I will confirm, that that facility is owned by a private developer. And I'd also like to remind everyone that it sits within the city of Ypsilanti, so they're going to have primary jurisdiction. But I will certainly make it a point to reach out to our partners at the city and the developer first thing tomorrow.
Thank you, Administrator. Any other comments? Any other follow-up? I will add my thank you. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Sanders, go ahead.
I just wanted to give an appreciation to Ms. Allen. We did have a conversation about this some months ago, maybe around June-ish of last year. I'll save those private comments. I'll leave them private. But I appreciate the fact that you brought this to our public attention, because I do think it's important that all of the residents are aware. We should be consistent in how we handle prospective employees and people that we've made offers to. I don't mean us per se, but within our county. And so I do think it was important that you brought it to our attention. And I hope that there is some sort of respectable resolution to it.
Thank you. Any other follow-up? Administrator Dill?
Sorry again, Commissioners. I will say to you all, we will look for a resolution that aligns with the resolution that you all adopted earlier this year. And then candidly, I have a meeting first thing in the morning with the sheriff, and I will add this to the agenda topic.
Thank you. Any other commissioner follow-up? Okay, so I will go ahead and say at this time, thank you to those of you who came out to make public comment. I will make sure that I am following up with our administrator after he has a discussion, and follow up with the sheriff also to try to understand more of what's happening here. And I really appreciate your bravery and fortitude for coming to this board and telling that story. It must have felt a little bit scary to do so. So thank you for doing that. And as for the graffiti, well, I think that Administrator Dill summed that up nicely. I noticed that as well. This week I was driving to the airport and I was like, well, look at that. And so it was immediately noticeable to me also. So hopefully we can come up with something there, because I agree with your comments. I just want to thank everybody who came to the meeting to have a discussion. Thank you, Commissioner Somerville, for making your comments. I know you're always watching, and I'm excited that you will be back with us in person soon, and so happy that your surgery went well, and hope it continues along that path. And I know that Commissioner Light would love to be here with us this evening too, but was just feeling a little under the weather. So we're sending her some healing vibes as well. It's that time of year where everybody is feeling a little under the weather, but we're also having those hopeful, warm days. So the end is in sight. Liaison reports, Commissioners. Does anybody have a liaison report for me? Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you. I have a few, and one of them references the health department. And Minna, I might need you to come to help me out because I don't have that paper that was so good that went over the communications. So while we're waiting for that, I'll talk about the other ones. So I had Food Policy Council, and we had a conversation with their executive committee about really the future of what potential structure could look like. And I talked to him about this because they're in this space where they want to pursue grant funding, but because of their structure, they're not able to pursue grant funding on their own. So we're going to explore other options, such as finding other ways to better integrate them, maybe possibly with the Board of Health. So that was good. We had Community Action Board, which was really interesting. We got a very long and passionate presentation from JFS about the services that they are providing and some of their funding challenges as a result of the situation with the federal government, which has resulted in a number of layoffs from their organization. And they described the impact that would have on the community. They expressed their gratitude for funding they've received from the county, and of course requested additional funding from the county to try to make up some of the gaps in the federal dollars. What was also really helpful was a presentation about barrier busters. Barrier busters, again, the need is great. So basically, whenever we get to the beginning of another month, the dollars are pretty much gone. But they're making significant impacts on the lives of residents. I'm looking through the presentation right now just to go over some things. People talking about their eviction was prevented because of the barrier busters funding. The Board of Commissioners allocated significant funding to barrier busters over the last couple of years, and we've seen the impact has really helped. So if we're thinking about how to allocate dollars, barrier busters is always a good one. The hope would be that we could get some of the local government partners to contribute more. For 2025, I can just tell you some numbers here. There's 354,000 available for, or that was allocated for the Winter Housing Response Fund. Then there's the 175,000 that we allocate annually. Ypsilanti Township allocated 150,000, the City of Ann Arbor allocated 65,000. Community Mental Health allocates 40,000, Pittsfield allocates 25,000, and then our annual allocation for the Immigrant Assistance Fund is 25,000. So for those specific funds, they have to go to specific, either they're residents of a specific municipality, or for the CMH dollars, those go to CMH consumers. So there's the dollars that, that we allocate that could go broadly, but my hope would be that we could get more local governments to contribute. So there's those things. Let's see, Health Department was, or Board of Health was great, as usual. And I'm gonna go on, you unfortunately had to miss it because you were in the sky forever. We'll talk about that in items for current and future discussion. So we talked about bird flu and had some discussions about the challenges related to that. It doesn't seem super scary yet, at least in Washtenaw County. But they could, if there's an update, the team is there to talk about that. Staff transitions. What else is good? Oh, we talked about the opioid settlement fund, which we all got the presentation on that last time, and that was helpful. Board of Health members had a lot of really helpful comments related to that. And maybe Jimena wants to come up and share a little bit about how effective communications out of the health department have been. You got the stats? You got the stats. Okay, I was looking for it. I don't think I have it electronically.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. So at our Board of Health meeting, we shared some highlights. We're preparing our annual report, which we do every year. And our communications team is the one that really organizes and puts together all of the information that goes in our annual report. And part of what we look at is the work that we do in communications and public information. And so a member of our communications team prepared a one-page summary just to really highlight that our communications reach expanded tremendously during COVID, as you can imagine, understand. People were looking at our data, looking at information, every day, sometimes many, many times a day. But we've been able to maintain that expanded outreach and communications reach. And just I'll highlight from this summary, we have 18,000 social media followers. We also have, in the last year, we had 388,000 website page views. And more importantly, we created an email, a weekly email that we started sending out with COVID updates, and it was a subscription email. And we've maintained that and have kind of changed it to be, public health department information overall. And we just recently did a survey to get some feedback from our subscribers. So first of all, we have 8,600 residents that subscribe to those emails. And just to give you a highlight of some of the quotes from the surveys that we received, one resident said, "I appreciate your information and have become more aware of the value of public health departments." Another one said, "Your updates are critically important to me and my wife. We are both over 65 and at high risk for COVID. The information provided in your updates is our #1 source of how safe it is in our area. Thank you." And then finally, "I'm impressed with the services offered by our health department. I support your work, and I like to know where my tax dollars are going." So just to share some feedback that we got from our participants or our subscribers. And very importantly, we've learned from doing these surveys that the people who subscribe to our weekly emails are often not people that are on social media. So we're really reaching different segments of the community and of the county. So those are just a few highlights to share. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. And that included members of the Board of Health that are not on social media, but subscribe to the emails. So very, very good stuff there. We can stay healthy together if we are informed. That's the catchphrase, healthy together. We know that. All right, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner LeVar.
Thanks, Chair. Jimena, thank you also for the social media work and for handling the inevitable comments that you get on Facebook for basic information that your staff shares. I appreciate it, and I'm sorry you have to deal with some of the comments there. Two liaison reports, starting with community mental health. We appointed Felicia Brabeck to the CMH board at our last meeting here. Felicia, Yusuf and I, and, well, no, Katie, Shannon, Jason, and Justin. No. Many of us served with Felicia. Well, she was on the board of, yes. Well, she was on the board of commissioners. And she, obviously spent time in Lansing as a representative, as a mental health care professional. So having her on is great. And she has been elected to serve as chair of the Community Mental Health Board, which I think is a real win for us, given her positions there. And I want to thank Kerry Walker for his service. Kerry has stepped down from the board in total, but did a wonderful job as chair. While we're talking CMH, a few things. One, I think anybody who deals with Medicaid in their life should be scared generally in terms of what's been passed in the budget resolution in Congress last week. The cuts that are not specified there are only doable if they cut Medicaid. And so that is impacting the CMH world. We don't know exactly what the federal regime here will do and what that will mean for us, but I do want to flag for this board. I don't think it will be good, and I don't think it will be without negative consequence. That won't surprise any of you. We did get a report at the meeting. In terms of financial picture, folks, we are probably the best situated CMH in the state, but again, we're very dependent on a system that is roughly 90% federal pass-through, so that can change. I had a chance today to do a CMH tour with their staff. We did a visit to the DD population building and youth services over on Ellsworth. We met at the annex to talk a bit about the call center we basically operate. And then obviously we got to do a quick trip today with the PATH team out along Fuller Road, which if you have a chance to do that, I would encourage you because the sites and unfortunately, certainly, and I mean this sincerely, the smells associated with that are striking in terms of the human reality of the work that they do. And so I wanted to appreciate the staff, but just wanted to highlight that for the 9 of us, if you get a chance to just have that visceral experience, it is worth it to just put some meat on the bone in terms of the difficulty and the conditions that service recipients are living in, unfortunately. One of the things, though, that we heard from staff today as it relates to issues around attracting talent to come work at CMH and retaining talent. One, they're almost all motivated, and this won't surprise any, by sort of an innate desire to do this sort of work because of the value they find in their lives. And two, we have a good enough CMH that is helping people develop broad skill sets that the problem is then they get poached by private sector and other providers. And Commissioner Hodge, you probably remember that world from your early professional days, but to some degree, we're good enough that we suffer from that malady. But it is well worth your time if you have time, and a thank you to Trish and her team for setting it up. On the continuum of care, bad news. For the first time, we did not receive the HUD grant that we have received in the past that will result in a loss of over $725,000 for SOS Community Services as it relates to their rapid rehousing projects and an expansion of the permanent supportive housing. That will mean in the coming year, we'll serve 50 less houses. And so nobody who is currently in service will be impacted, but as we all know that, you know, the need is not going down, it's going up. And so that is bad news. There's a bit of uncertainty as to how that happened and why. The good news is, I don't think it's anything we did procedurally in the grant process, but the bad news is it's not entirely clear. And the need is obviously there. As this relates to what's happening at the federal government level, you know, it's just another flag point to say, the budget is one thing, but the cuts that are already happening in the federal agencies and departments are probably more detrimental structurally long-term. Because even if they have a budget in hand, if you don't have people to administer it, it's a terrible problem. So I apologize about the tone of that, but it is what it be. And so I wanted to flag that here in the liaison report, and more to come. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to keep going with Commissioner Labar's tone, and I'm not going to apologize for it. The one piece that I wanted to say that came out of the CAB meeting that I attended with Commissioner Hodge is that JFS noted they have not received their federal payments. So while there was the freeze and then publicly it was unfrozen, they've not received those dollars. And they're calling and they're not getting calls back. And this cannot be a one-off within the community. So I just want to flag it for everyone here to know that we are seeing this issue and it's likely going to continue. Thank you.
Any other liaison reports? I stated this at the working session, but I was able to attend the Roads Commission, Roads 101 last week. After getting off the road from returning from the state of the state, which was interesting. And also attended last week my first Ageways meeting. So I think we've got to do some work on that, but I am a new member as a representative for Washtenaw County, sitting on that board. This is not a liaison report, but I see that we have Commissioner Driscoll in the audience with us today. And I just wanted to share that I was able to attend an information session that they hosted in Ypsilanti Township related to drainage. And that was quite informative and something that needs to be on all of our radars. I won't steal any thunder. I'll just say that we need to start putting our pennies aside. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done there, and it's not just roads that we need money for. And so just wanted to share, I thought that was helpful. I believe that they're doing multiple community sort of sharing information sessions. And if anyone is aware of them, I would urge you to attend if at all possible. I also am not the representative for reparations, but I was able to sit in on that call last night. And that was interesting as well. So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. My report today is in regards to the Environmental Council meeting. And I think probably the main takeaway actually builds off of some of the comments that were already made here tonight. A lot of conversation around everything happening at the federal level. But particularly as it pertains to the Environmental Council, I don't know if my colleagues all knew this, but we actually appointed at least one, maybe two federal employees from the EPA facility here in our community to our Environmental Council. And so a big chunk of the discussion, was, led by both our chair, Michelle Dietrich, and our resiliency officer, Beth. And there is just, obviously a lot of concern right now about the treatment of federal employees, but particularly how the treatment of federal employees is impacting the long-term viability of programming that the federal government does, such as the, absolutely vital work that happens at our EPA facility here in our community. And there was an extensive presentation actually conducted by another board member who is a retired employee from the EPA facility who was able to tell us some of the activities that happened at that facility. So there was a resolution that was passed by the Environmental Council. I believe it's in our agenda packet that outlines, some of the concerns and some of the hopes for action that the Environmental Council has that they wanted to relay to this body. And I think that there's a hope that, we as a body will make a statement of some kind on behalf of the organization in pursuit of, better treatment of federal employees and an acknowledgement of all the important federal work that's being done here in our community. As a part of the process of researching for the resolution, I did a little bit of research myself and found that not only does Ann Arbor host, a EPA facility that does work for the whole nation, we also, of course, have a NOAA facility here in our community. We have a USGS facility. We have our federal court facility downtown, as well as our USPS, FBI, and ATF is stationed here as well. And there's a number of other that I'm forgetting right off the top of my head, but it's in the resolution. Yeah, and also congressional staff as well, of course, through our Congress people. And so there's a lot of, and then of course the VA, that's probably the largest employer federally in our community. I think I'm missing one other one too, but we have a lot of, what's that? Oh, yes, there's a correctional facility in Milan as well. So, and I think there might be a smaller one too, but those are the big ones. Anyways, there's a lot of federal presence in our community, and the impacts of all the uncertainty and the firings and the constant attacks on our public federal employees has been really destabilizing. I know that there's been several stories about some of the workers that were let go, including a veteran that was a high profile case at the VA. And I know that there's a lot of work being done in the community. So I guess I'll just wrap up by saying, just wanted to flag that for everybody. It's in our agenda. It's an ongoing conversation that the Environmental Council is having. And I think that the chair might be reaching out to you, Chair.
She has.
Okay, to have a conversation about that further. Just to finalize my comments, I just want to say I don't know how many people are actually watching this, but to any federal employees that might be, taking some time on a Wednesday night to watch our Board of Commissioners meetings, I want to personally say, and I think I speak for many of my colleagues in saying, you are appreciated in the work that you do. For those of you that were unfortunately let go in a way that was detrimental, not only to the work that you're doing, but to our nation as a whole. I'm sorry this is happening, and I thank you for the work that you were able to do on behalf of the people of our country. And so to all those that are continuing to work and those that have worked that are no longer working for the federal government, we appreciate you and thank you for stepping up to serve the people of our country. It is not forgotten, and even in this time when our public workers are under attack, know that there are people out there that have your back, that are watching, that support the work that you're doing, and that we need you now more than ever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? You already gave yours, don't lean forward. All right, I see none. Those are really robust liaison reports. I want to thank you very much for that. Next is report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Just a couple of things real quick. I wanted to let you all know, and I'm certain that you'll hear more from the Chair and Vice Chair later in the meeting. I had the good pleasure of attending the NACO conference, NACO Legislative Conference over the weekend. It's actually 4 days. And one of my takeaways about the 4 days were number one, it was very illuminating. A lot of conversation related to what was happening in DC. I think my largest takeaway is that it was just sobering to hear some of the dialogue. Medicaid was an area of focus for a lot of the discussion, and I'm certain you'll hear more from our two elected officials later in the meeting. My second item has to do with the Eastside Rec Center. Pleased to report that there is substantial progress on the site. Jason Fee is in the audience. I want to ask him to come this evening. We'll have a more detailed report at our next meeting. But we have completed roughly 80% of the demolition of the superstructure. I think I got that term correct, Jason. We are sorting through the materials that we've generated for recycling opportunities, but we are making significant progress on the site. And I expect that a milestone date sometime during our next meeting, I'm hopeful we will be talking with you all about a public facing event that marks the first milestone in that project. So with that, that will conclude my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Ravi, you have a question on Administrator Dale's report? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question is, and maybe this is for Jason, but since the demo is mostly underway, does it, at this point in time, are we projected to be within the budgeted amount that the demolition contractor gave us, or are we, what are we expecting? You're grinning. I don't know if that's a good thing or.
Smiling, I'm gonna let Jason take the flowers as it's been indicated. I'm just hoping he says the right thing this evening.
Yes, demolition, we haven't run anything extra on demolition so far, but we did find some additional asbestos containing materials that required abatement. So I will include that in my next report on those final numbers, but there was some upcharge on abatement charges on the project so far.
Thanks.
Commissioner Robbie, I will tell you that I also asked at Brownfield redevelopment if any dollars could be used through that program to help us in our attempts to build that center too. Administrator Dill, you're done.
No, I'm done.
Any
That
other-
concludes my report.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the Board of Commissioners report. I will tell you a little more at this time about the NACO conference and look to see if Commissioner Hodge wants to add anything as well. I will tell you, it was an enormously educational conference. I started out going to the Community Economic and Workforce Development Steering Committee, which I fell in love with immediately and have applied for a position on that committee because I wasn't busy enough. But it was great. We heard from Housing Market Landscape and Congressional Outlook. One of the things I really enjoyed was a discussion about skills first hiring for workers they call STARS, which are skilled through alternative routes. Those would be people who don't have bachelor's degrees and who have consistently faced something they call a paper ceiling because they don't have alumni networks. There's biased algorithms, degree screens, stereotypes, misperceptions. All of those things help hold back upward economic mobility for STARS, even though they've demonstrated these skills for higher wage work. I'm really interested to hear or to think more about how we might be able to look at STARS here in the county itself. There was a mostly friendly discussion about trade tactics and the impacts on local government and the value of cross-border cooperation with some representatives from our friends in Canada. And I think in Washtenaw County, we would still say our friends in Canada. And some people in the country, in different parts of the country, who were skeptical that tariffs would have any impact on them. I disabused them of this notion since we are from Michigan and let them know the statistics. And as Michigan goes, the country will go. They'll see. Anyway, there was also a discussion about a national housing crisis task force. Sunday, a really interesting discussion that the Dems had on housing, using a plan that the AFL-CIO uses to build access to affordable housing that I'm interested in exploring more. Standing room only for the regulatory outlook session. You would never think it, but it was standing room only. Our board director, Ashley Hall, Commissioner Justin Hodge, and I all tried to go to that and stand there for as long as we could. It was a discussion of regulatory outlook and what we might expect from the Trump administration. We were all really wonky and very interested in that. I also attended the LGBTQLA caucus, which was full of not only LGBTQ county officials, but also allies. We heard a discussion about the first 100 days, an in-depth conversation about changes that this administration has made and how they will shape our priorities and operations. There were also some interesting questions answered. Now, let me tell you that people feel empowered to ask questions that I feel they would have never asked before, that were shocking to me, that they didn't remember what we're doing here are people's lives. We then went to a federal expo where agencies come and can talk to us about the work that they do. I made sure that I visited with the USDA to talk to them about Shannon's ideas about USDA housing. That was an illuminating conversation with several of the people at the expo, who I'm told by Ashley and Justin that the expo was a shadow of its former self. Some of the officials I talked to said it was a shadow of its former self because they weren't really sure what they could present to us anymore. That if the programs that they were bringing to us were actually going to be relevant. They're in as much liminal space as we are, and that was enlightening and scary. I did talk with officials from the EPA and made sure to keep our Gelman plume on their in their sites to ask about where we might be at the MPL. We talked to some cybersecurity people, and it was like so much learning at this conference, and I had such a fantastic time with my colleagues there, and glad that I had the opportunity to go. Commissioner Hodge, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of things. One, yeah, the camera's pointing at me now. The standing or sitting room only regulatory one, which I was surprised that they were surprised how much interest there was in that. Like there wasn't just a huge change at the federal government. Here's a picture of me sitting behind this guy surrounded by everybody else. There was just no other space. It was really tight. You probably can't see it so good, but like we were in there for about an hour, then we just had to get out of there. You know, a lot of the conversation about Medicaid was really concerning, as Chair Scott mentioned. I got a lot of literature from their health policy steering committee. I could share it with our friends at the health department if they want to take a look at it. A lot of it focuses on the impact that cuts to Medicaid will have on counties. And one of the things that was particularly disturbing was that there was towards the Q&A session, or the keynote Q&A session with representatives from NACO, there were actually, you know, county commissioners from other counties across the country advocating for there to be cuts to Medicaid and Medicare, which was wild. One person went off about how dare NACO advocate on behalf of increased funding to county governments. It's that kind of attitude, along with funding Medicare and Medicaid, that has led us into debt. He didn't get a good response, though. Everybody after him really laid into the guy. But just for context, we're in a good spot here in Washtenaw County, but you do have county commissioners in other parts of the country that are actually advocating for cuts to services, which I don't get. But to end on a positive note, anybody guess what this number stands for? You already know, don't say it. Anybody want to guess? You know, don't, yeah? It's the number of counties in the country. All right, this is the first person that got it on the first guess. All right. Well, that's how many there are. 3,069. Thank you.
Thank you. I will tell you another one of the interesting comments from one of my meetings was a county, and I'm going to name the state. Oh God, I hope I don't rain trouble upon us. Officials from county in Idaho said they specifically did not apply for all the ARPA funds because they didn't want to do any of that DEI stuff. I was floored that they would leave their county without funds to try to rebuild themselves or to make things, to improve things, because they didn't want to talk about diversity, equity, or inclusion. And it just, I think about the iterative process we went through here and how seriously we took that. And although I was appalled at that county in Idaho, it made me even more proud to be from Washtenaw County. Commissioner LaBarre?
Chair, thank you both for the report, and thanks to staff for going too. You know, NACO is historically a pretty effective lobby in Congress because of the sort of the universal application. Everybody's got counties or parishes. Were there any members of the majority party in either chamber that addressed the crowd or were accessible, or even just staff?
Yeah, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hodge, go ahead.
Well, let's see. The keynote for the first day of keynotes was the Secretary of VA, the Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, which he spent a lot of time talking about how great of a job Elon Musk and Doge is doing. And then the second day, there were two Democratic senators that came on the second day. I don't think there were any Republican U.S. senators that came.
No.
Or no.
Um,
Members of the administration, and then that was it. And then to the earlier point too about the Federal Expo, it being a shadow of its former self, it was really depressing to see. I mean, many of the agencies didn't even have a tablecloth or literature to hand out. It was just two people there because they were told they could come at the last minute. Yeah.
Well, thank you for going, and, you know, be interested just to see which Michigan counties through MAC might be willing to partner with this board, with their board, to advocate, you know, for funding counties regardless of geographic or partisan affiliation. But, thanks for the information.
Commissioner Sanders. I'm just curious. So I went last year and got in a whole lot of trouble. I'm still paying for it. But I'm interested in whether or not they had any sessions that addressed or explained exactly what DEI looks like. Because I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. Many people assume that DEI is Black related. They leave out the differently able, they leave out LGBTQI, they leave out white women who far outnumber anyone that has benefited from DEI. And so I'm just curious as to whether or not at the conference, they had any informative sessions that helped people break down what DEI really is and who benefits from it. Because that's the one elephant in the room that nobody talks about. And it's very distressing to me as a Black female that, you know, it's all the Black people's fault that DEI is what it is. And they're ignoring the real facts about what it's going to look like if we decide that we're going to cut that out of everything. So we're going to go back to days of women having to get their husband's permission to work.
Or to
That was a real thing in the 50s. That is just ridiculous that I have to ask you if I can go to work to contribute to the household. So I digress. I just wanted to know whether or not there was a session, because I think that would have been the appropriate time or place to have something to help county officials answer the DEI issues.
I think that would have been, Commissioner Sanders, I think that would have been a lovely idea as well. I didn't see anything specifically laid out about DEI, but you can bet that in the steering committee on community and economic development, that when there was pushback from not only this one county in Idaho, but several other places, that people in the room rose very quickly in defense of what DEI was and explained it and made people say the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, because it sounds even worse to say that you're against it when you say the words, and who very passionately spoke about the fact that DEI was really a very wide-ranging policy. I have a friend who's a commissioner in Cook County in Chicago, and he rose very fast to defend it as the first openly elected gay man on the Cook County Board of Commissioners, and talked about the fact that he is also DEI, that so many of us were. Man, there's a t-shirt I want to buy that says, bet you're DEI too, and I'm going to wear it to work. So I think that your points are really well taken, and although there wasn't a forum about that, which probably would have been a great addition, I will tell you that people were very quick to rise up and talk about what DEI actually meant. Commissioner or Administrator Dill, did you want to add something?
No, well, I guess I do. Just to layer on your comments, I think that they were being intentional about not calling additional attention to DEI.
Because that's where he's standing.
Yeah. And the other part of that is I will say that the conversations that I had with colleagues from around the country where we support the work, we don't want to be in the spotlight. So we are going to do what's necessary to continue that work without being in the bullseye. So I think that was the theme that I heard most often.
Just really quick, in the committee, you mentioned the community economic development one. We were voting on resolutions, and one of the resolutions was to have NACO call upon the federal government to rescind that executive order, basically getting rid of DEI. And while there were a lot,
65 Civil Rights Act signed by Lyndon Johnson.
while there were a lot of people that spoke against the resolution, when it came time to vote for it, only 2 people actually voted no on it, which was, I found to be cowardly, because if they wanted to say all the first argument I heard against the resolution, I thought the person was joking, just how like it just didn't seem like a thing a person would actually say, but that became the tone of the conversation. But then ultimately only 2 people ended up voting against it. Everybody else just either didn't vote, or the people that spoke against it either didn't vote or voted for it.
Thank you. It was an interesting conference. But I want to say that on the whole, even though, as Commissioner Hodge said, sometimes it would get biggity in a room, on the whole, I felt good about the people that were there and the things that people were saying. And when egregious things were voiced in public, people still had the courage to stand up against that. And so that was a heartwarming takeaway from a very bleak moment in our history. Okay, wow, we still have we still have board business to do. The next item on the agenda is a special order of business. Would anybody like to move this item?
So moved.
Okay, discussion. Commissioner Robbie?
Yeah, I just have a quick question on this. Hopefully it's quick. So the remonumentation peer review board, the individuals that are going to be serving on it are different from the people that the county is contracting with to do the remonumentation, or are they the same people?
I'm going to ask Scott Miller, hey, to come on up and tell us what he knows about that. Thank you. I
Okay,
think that podium might go up a little bit more too. if it's
does,
more
yeah.
Comfortable for you.
if I'm okay.
You're fine.
Leave.
Okay.
So thank you, Chairperson Katie. How are you?
Good, how are you?
So yes, to your question, Commissioner, they are separate. So we have a group of surveyors that are going to actually remonument or redo the section corners and centers. And then the review board that you're appointing tonight oversees their work. Yes.
So they're not like, they're different people.
They're
not-
different people,
Okay.
correct?
Okay, thanks. And different people representing different companies,
Partially, yes.
partially. So some of them.
There is some overlap with the companies. I would say the number of firms serving Washtenaw County that have licensed professional surveyors is not particularly large. So there can be overlap at times between the companies, although there's not overlap among the professionals doing the work.
Okay, and okay, that makes me a little uncomfortable, but I mean, I know this is remonumentation, like what are the rooms for conflict there, but it's still weird to have people on the it's a peer review board, so what role do they play in do they review the work of the hired contractors?
Correct. So the hired surveyors, they physically go out in the field, get the new, or hopefully can confirm the survey points of all of the section corners and center points that are being done this year. And then the review board reviews that work for like a quality control type of measure for them.
I said checks the math.
Yeah, that's another way of putting it, yes.
So what are the overlaps then between the people we're appointing and the companies we're hiring?
It would be, I believe there are a couple of surveyors we hired to do the work that are also represented by one or two of the firms on the remonumentation review board.
And there's, how many seats are there that we're appointing? It's like 7?
So the review board
Ooh.
traditionally has 5 seats, and then the grant representative, so the road commission, their surveyor, John Miles, he also serves, so he would be the 6th
6.
member of that board.
Okay, so there's 6 of them and you're saying 2 of them work for.
I think 1 or 2, I believe, share the same firm as one or 2 of the surveyors that are going to do the work.
Okay. I feel like we should have some kind of a policy against that. I mean, I think it's probably fine, but it seems like it could be a potential conflict to have people working for the same company that's doing the work that are reviewing it. Because the role of the people that we're appointing should be to serve the public, not to serve their employer.
I think at some point, if you could tell us, that might illuminate something here is how many land surveyor firms there are in Washtenaw County. I feel like there's, like you said, there's not that many.
I'm not aware of
Yeah.
like an exact number.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect you to have that right now. That's what I'm saying. But maybe to understand why there might be some overlap sometimes, that might be part of the answer. I don't know if it is or not, but it might be.
But there's more than 5 surveyors in the county, probably.
I don't know if there's more than 5 surveyor firms.
More than 5 individuals. I mean, you could have multiple individuals
Yes.
from the same firm potentially that are not the firm that we're hiring to do the work. Have we already
Oh, I see what you're saying.
created the contract?
The contracts for the review board that's being considered tonight, yes, the contracts have been offered.
Or for the remonumentation, I mean, for the survey work, for the.
I believe John is, yes, he's been negotiating with, I think there's around a dozen surveyors that will actually do the contracted work, and he has reached out to them.
Okay. I mean, I'm just uncomfortable with that, I guess, a little bit, but.
Okay. Any other questions? Concerns? Comments? Yeah,
If anybody's ever voted against appointing members to the representation peer review board, but I might make history. Why not?
okay. I, I will say, if I don't see anything else, I'll say here that although I understand and I feel like I can appreciate some of those concerns, and maybe this is, this is my optimism, but I also feel like I want to count on the professionalism of these people too. If I worked with a nurse and saw her or him doing something wrong, I want to believe I'd have the professional integrity to say so, but maybe that's not okay for government work. I don't know. All right. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? I don't see any. So we will, thank you. very
Thank you.
much, Scott. We'll take a vote on this item. It's a roll call. Ashlyn?
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Aye.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Appointments passed.
Great, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Would somebody like to move that?
So move.
Great. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Wait, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you. I didn't know if the treasurer wanted to talk about the report. I mean, we have the report. You don't have to talk about it, but we do have it. And it's in the consent agenda.
Okay, we do have it. It is in the consent agenda. Any questions on this, comments or concerns? Okay. This is a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Man, you guys beat me to it. Great. Okay, next are the first reading resolutions. Would somebody like to move the first reading? Commissioner LeBar.
Chair, under first reading, item A, resolution ratifying the submission of a grant application with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. B, resolution to utilize opioid settlement funds. And that is it for first reading.
Great. Do I have a second? Thank you. Anybody would like to pull anything for separate discussion? I mean, there's two. You, go ahead, Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, if we could take the items separately, I would appreciate it.
Okay, that's great. So let's just take them, there's two, let's just take them one at a time. Let's start with a resolution ratifying the submission of a grant application. Questions, comments, or concerns? Discussion on this item. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I do have questions on this and the other two items that we have on single reading regarding this. But to start, the question I have on this is what are the partner contributions and grants, the $9 million that's listed in here?
Yeah, go, sorry, I'm sorry, that's absolutely, thanks, Mr. Miller, it's all you.
Yes, so the Fish and Wildlife Grant, there's no county match involved with this, but I think you're referring to the partner contribution and grant them 9 million. That's, we're proposing that to come from the other submitted grants that are in the other readings. So the 6 million for Tyler and the two point something for Buyer or is the proposed match for that grant.
Okay. So in theory, though, there's for those two up to $1 million in county match required. So theoretically, there isn't a county match required for this one, but for the partner contributions and grants, there's about $1 million. And so my question that I can save for later, I'm fine voting yes on this to submit for Fish and Wildlife. My question for later, just so that you're prepared for it, is where we're going to find the $1 million for this. Because I know it says we'll figure it out when we're going to apply and we'll figure it out once we get approved. I want to know what the plan is there. So I'll vote yes on A, and that answers my question. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns on A? Okay, so we'll just do a quick voice vote on A before we move to B. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, B, questions, comments, or concerns? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Okay, so I read over this one and is this Health Department?
This is the Health Department.
Okay. I guess my concern with it, and I was hoping to get some context of why such a large proportion of these dollars are going to be put through the RFP process versus utilized internally for programming.
Well, I think the process has been really informed by a review of data and a needs assessment, which really points to a need for services that the county doesn't directly provide. So that includes substance use disorder treatment services, medically assisted treatment, harm reduction services directly like syringe services, and other kinds of related services. And so we have a lot of capacity in terms of providers that already provide those services. And we also recognize that there is a concern about the level of funding that is going to be able to maintain those services. And so the steering committee recommended that because of the information we gathered through the needs assessment process, that it really be funding, the majority of the funding be made available through a competitive RFP process. It's also it's been a pretty standard practice in other counties. And so the Michigan Association of Counties also has a variety of tools that we've used, and they have supported the development of kind of our RFP template, as well as helping us think through this planning process. There is a portion that would, in this proposal, there's a proportion that would stay if approved with the health department, more in terms of planning, support for ongoing planning, monitoring, as well as contract oversight.
What services does the county provide that would fit under this, not only at health department potentially, but also at mental health?
Well, I think there may be some housing related services like recovery housing or recovery support services, peer recovery services. those may, those may be something that CMH, for example, would be able to apply for. But I think there's pretty limited. We do some public health education and awareness, but that's not really specific in response to the needs assessment and the recommendations of the steering committee.
So you're saying that CMH could potentially apply for the RFP money?
Yeah, they could.
Okay. I have just a general level of discomfort with the amount of money that's being put through the RFP process, and I would have liked to see more of it be, utilized on county programming on some of the things that you just described, because I do think that we do provide services that fit within these categories. Some of it is done by partner organizations, but I think the county does provide some of these services too. And the proportionality of what's going into the RFP versus not is pretty skewed in my opinion. So I don't know that I'm comfortable with this item as it stands.
Any other comments, questions, or concerns? I would just like to say that I think that looking at the 2024 opioid community assessment that was done with this committee and through Michigan State is really helpful to understand the complexity of needs that are going into this. Additionally, I've talked to some providers in the community who do this work and the amount of wraparound service and kind of full spectrum of what happens with the types of programs that we're looking to do here is very complex. And I appreciate all the work that this committee has done. I think they've been very thorough and they have listened to people throughout the process to talk about, especially those people who are providing these things, to talk about the things that are needed. So I'm excited about the process that we went through and glad that this is finally before us for a vote tonight. Okay, this is a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Item passes. Next, we'll go on to the final reading. Why don't we just do final reading as one, and then we'll do single reading as another tranche. So would anybody like to move the final reading, Commissioner Labar?
Sure. Under final reading, A resolution to approve the midpoint hire of Dr. Thomas Atkins at CMH. B, resolution to pledge full faith and credit for the Portage Base Line Lake. C, resolution to approve assessments for Portage Base Line Lake. D, a resolution to authorize creation of the BOC Constituent Outreach Coordinator. And then forgive me, Chair, you just said this, but I'm blanking on it. Do you want this all in the same or?
No, I thought
separate?
maybe we could just do final reading and then single reading, since I know there'll be questions and I didn't want it to get unwieldy.
Great.
Do I have a support on that? Thank you. Anybody would like to pull anything for separate consideration here? Commissioner Sanders? D. Okay, anything else? All right, so let's look and see if there's any discussion on A, B, or C. Okay, I see no discussion on A, B, or C. Ashley, could you call the roll for that, please?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Resolutions passed.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now on item D, discussion on this item. Any discussion on this item? Commissioner Sanders?
So I just wanted, I was hoping that we could just reiterate the level. I thought that would be listed, but the position level is what again?
Let me go to my, I'm getting there. I'm sorry, I'm going, I know it's in the cover letter.
And while they're looking for that, my other question was, if this position, at least in the beginning, is not, what do I want to say, fully utilized, is it available for support of other areas in administration that might need assistance?
Well, I don't know how to answer that question because right now, okay, I'll tell you the first thing, the grade is 115, I found that. And in terms of thinking about what this position would be doing, I think if this position doesn't take up a full FTE, there would be a discussion at that point about, did we get this wrong? Thinking that this was really a full FTE work to talk about what would happen. I don't want to say like, yes, like it would, because I don't think we want to do that right now, like to make that determination. I think it definitely, like everything else, we should be thinking about it. If it comes out, and this person's like, man, I only got 20 hours of work, then we have to think about what this position means.
I don't know anybody that will volunteer that, but
Uh, I think we probably will be clear. Administrator Dill is wants to say something badly about this, so I'm gonna let him go ahead.
No, not badly. I will just say to everyone, we've enjoyed a strong partnership between this position, the work of the board, and the work of administration. I would expect that that will continue. There is certainly more than enough work in our office, and we will try to work collaboratively to make sure that we're doing the work of the people and this county and community.
so, Administrator Dill, you said that there is certainly enough work in administration, but so as the one person that's been, you know, kind of being a pain in the butt about this position, when it happens, I don't want to share it with you. It's supposed to belong to us, right? Okay.
The position.
Answer that. I'm just saying.
I'm absolutely.
You're supposed to share it.
Yes, I will answer the question. And frankly speaking, yes, the position belongs to the board, and the board will direct its actions as they will with the department head. But candidly, in the spirit of collaboration, we've always collaborated with that position. I expect that will continue.
And then I asked this question, but not of the chair, but I'm going to ask it. Do we have any idea of the types of things that we would be like? Is this position supposed to, not supposed to, but could this position support commissioners having their own web pages?
Boy, I sure think so. When you read the job description, I think that this would help with some of those things about getting web pages with outreach services. I'm thinking in particular right now about Commissioner Somerville's district. And she has these very low opportunity index areas. She's been doing a lot of work right now too with Arbor One and having the MSSI out there. And that's something I can totally see this constituent services outreach person doing to try to direct people to some of these different areas in the county where we have things available that people just don't even know about. So getting people connected with county programs, with county outreach, getting things for us that we need, helping us. I don't know if I saw this in here, so I'm gonna look at Ashley, but getting that newsletter, this is something, yeah, she's shaking her head. This is something, since I joined this board in 2018, talking about more constituent outreach and what we could do. So getting this newsletter in a regular pattern out to us, helping all of us setting up more coffee hours and constituent listening sessions. I think that there's so much work to do. So like, I think that this person will have probably more than 40 hours of work to do. And I want to say, I agree with you. It's our position. Sorry. I know that there's a collaborative nature with the office and this position, but this is a board of commissioners position. And I also would say that I have a lot of faith, I think as we all do, in Ashley now as the director of board services, being able to find plenty of work for this person to do and to help mentor and also kind of oversee the work that this person is doing too.
I would love to add on the record that one of the things that I've been asking for since day one is an orientation for the commissioners that I believe has not occurred I think the last orientation was the class that you came in on. And I think that that's important, even though we've not changed over, we're all continuing, but there is still an important piece related to orientation for us that is not related to benefits or stipend that I think is crucial for us to be able to more effectively assist our constituents. And so I would like to see that, if at all possible, be at the top of the agenda for this reluctant, I'm probably gonna say yes for position.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, all good comments and concerns. We will now vote on this item. Roll call. Ashlyn.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Resolution passed.
Thank you. All right, fantastic. Thanks, everyone. And now we'll move on to single reading. Looking for somebody to move the single reading items. Commissioner LeBar.
Sure. Single reading, a resolution to borrow against anticipated delinquent 2024 real property taxes from the county treasurer. B, a resolution ratifying the submission of a grant application to the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. C, a resolution ratifying the submission of a grant application to Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. D, a resolution authorizing the signature of the county administrator for Michigan Marijuana Operation and Oversight Grant. E, a resolution to amend the bylaws of the Washtenaw County Community Action Board, and then claims.
I have a second.
Support.
Thank you very much. There you go. Any items you would like to pull, anyone for separate consideration or discussion? Commissioner Robbie.
I would like to consider all of the items separately other than items A and E.
Okay. A and E, we could vote on. Any discussion? Anybody else want to pull A or E? Okay, let's start with discussion on A and E. Any discussion on A and E? Okay, Ashlyn, you're up.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
A and E pass.
Great, thank you. All right, let's move to item B. Questions, comments, or concerns on B? Robbie,
I mean, really, my questions,
B and C?
are B and C, yeah, so just building, my question that I asked earlier, obviously this is just applying, but there is a required match. Where's the money gonna come from? It says in parentheses, funding source will be identified when this item returns to the Board of Commissioners for award acceptance. But I feel weird about voting to approve this tonight without knowing approximately where $1 million is coming from. Do we have an idea?
Mr. Miller,
Yes, thank you, Chair Katie, Commissioner Robbie. I'm kind of glad you brought this up, honestly, because you're highlighting an issue we confront on a pretty regular basis when it comes to funding a lot of our larger projects. And I think, as everyone knows here, we don't have cash reserves. We don't receive tax money. So we don't have any reserves to pay for this or to cover a match for this. So what we've done in the past, we were able in years past to get an Eagle grant for $1 million on the Buyer Dam that did require a $200,000 match. In that particular case, and I did want to highlight this because I think it's important to know where this money comes from. That match came from an engineering and design study in the Buyer relief for the Buyer, the West Willow neighborhood, that is upstream of the Buyer Dam, which was 100% funded by Ypsilanti Township. So they stepped up and they paid in total for this West Willow study, $400,000 for this study because one, it's a chapter 20 drain, which I know you're fully aware of how those work. But,
Great person.
you know, this is not, we don't have a source of money. For this. We can't go to the landowners for this. It's an economically depressed area. We don't have cash reserves on hand, so it presents a problem for us. And if you were to ask me today, where's the money coming from? I don't have a ready answer. My idea, if we were to get this money, if someone was gonna give us 6 million or $2.5 million, one would be to go to the road commission. In this particular case on Tyler Road, there's a road crossing, a county road, owned and operated crossing above the Tyler Dam. It sits on the Tyler Dam itself, which would have to be removed as a part of the dam removal project that we're proposing there. We have, in the engineering and design phase, we funded the study that would propose a replacement for that crossing for them. So I definitely would have conversations with them to see if they could kick in for what I would consider their portion of that project. I think we'd also go back to Ypsilanti Township to see if they have a continued desire to help support us in that area. We've had very preliminary conversations in the area. I will say they're not overly enthusiastic about that. I know there's been conversations with members of BOC about funding these sort of things in the past. I think we would have that conversation. And I guess to wrap this up, I'll be honest, both the Fish Passage grant that was in the earlier reading and these two grant applications, we applied for these last year. We didn't get them. And my conversations with Eagle this year was, we're expecting more applications and fewer funding. I'd love to have those conversations. I'm honest, I'm not very optimistic I'm going to have that opportunity. So.
Okay. Maybe the administrator can help answer some of the questions too. I mean, if they were to come to the BOC and ask for $1 million, what would we have a response for them? I mean, since BOC was mentioned as an optional pot of funding. It sounds like these grants may not go through, but I mean, if they're not gonna go through, I don't know. I mean, we're gonna have to find $1 million potentially not. I'm just uncomfortable voting for something that we don't know where $1 million, we're obligating ourselves for at least $1 million here.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you this evening. This would follow the framework that you guys have seen repeatedly play out, and we would likely come to you guys with a recommendation for how we move forward. It's certainly going to require your approval. But again, I don't have an answer this evening on this.
Yeah, if I could add, Commissioner Robbie, my understanding is we're not obligating ourselves at this point, that if we're fortunate enough to get granted these funds, that we're not under any obligation to accept them.
Okay, so we can still say basically, no, we're not gonna put the money up. We're not gonna accept the grant.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to add context for some of your questions. I don't think that Ypsilanti Township feels that they're in a position to contribute more than the $400,000 that they've already contributed. So if we were to get the grant, they're going to likely make a request of us and possibly the road commission. So just something to keep in mind.
So in your community session last week.
Yeah.
Is this part of sort of the planning that you were rolling out for the residents related to the continued flooding that has been occurring in Ypsilanti, in specific areas of Ypsilanti Township?
Well, thank you for attending. By the way, no, there's not always fun, but partially.
Okay.
So the Tyler Dam, so both of these dams are on Willow Run. Their Tyler Dam is downstream from Buyer Dam, which was if people are familiar, the old hydromatic plant. It's now the ACM property, but it used to be GM. So, the neighborhoods you're referencing to drain into that. The Buyer Dam in its current state, it's a traditional dam like you think of, a big concrete 15-foot high structure with water that flows over it when it rains. So the water backs up so high, and it backs up 13 to 15 feet. It backs up so high, what you're referring to, it backs up into the West Willow or the Buyer neighborhoods in rain events. So it creates a tailwater effect, if that makes sense. So essentially it prevents the water from draining out of these neighborhoods. So what we noticed through the study is when we get these higher or more intense rainfall events, like the one we had in 2023 that flooded a couple of 100 homes in that neighborhood, the water level on the Buyer Dam rose so high it prevented the water from getting out of the neighborhood. So it rose out into the streets and into the yards, et cetera. So part of the idea for the Buyer Dam is if we could remove the Buyer Dam, remove that 15 feet of obstruction, then that would alleviate a lot of the pre-existing conditions that make it, the neighborhood upstream of it, susceptible for flooding. So they tie in that sense. Tyler Dam's downstream enough, it doesn't really have an effect on that.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I think, having been in that session and seeing the potential price tag of the 4 different options that you were discussing to try and alleviate that, which if I remember was somewhere between $6 to 20-something million.
Correct.
And asking you specifically if there were any plans to, go to the residents and ask for special assessments, in which case the response was no.
Correct.
So I can respect Commissioner Robbie's concern about, where you would find the funding, but considering the fact that drainage has been an issue for many of my constituents, and I know that it is a problem in that area, which is not my area. I'm gonna support this regardless of whether or not you know where you're gonna find that money. I have faith in your department that you are working diligently to be able to try and locate that funding. And at the end of the day, our residents are suffering and we need to find some relief for them.
Well,
So I appreciate you answering my questions.
well, thank you. And you represent me, by the way, so you still. Well, I mean, I will say in a further, I mean, if people want to know, I mean, we reached out like to Congresswoman Dingell, so we're looking at a federal level. We've looked at other partnerships within the county to fund this. Again, it's one of those situations, like if anyone's willing to give us money to do this, we're willing to talk to them.
Oh, Administrator Dill is reminding me that we did talk to our lobby firm about this too. Over the weekend, they were in DC as well, so we brought this up there too. Any other questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Robbie?
Just to be perfectly clear, I have supported this project since its inception. And my question is because if there's $1 million hole, we need to fill it somehow. And so that's the discussion that we're having, just to be clear.
Yeah, I think I understood the intent, so.
I feel that. I've been feeling budget concerns so much lately that it would be $1 million hole. I think that we need to think about voting yes on this would be my opinion. Let it go. Let us see if we even get the grant. If we get the grant, then I think we do the due diligence to try to think if there's a way to find $1 million. I feel confident in Mr. Miller's answers to you that we're not beholden to come up with $1 million if we get into a position where we can't. I don't want to beleaguer the point, but in some ways you could explain too, I think you did a little bit, some of the problems. I mean, you can see that in the grant application itself. Some of the issues here, in particular in the grant evaluation, when you say the Buyer Dam causes basement backups, property damage,
even minimal rainfall, raising the water levels up to 12 feet. And this is in some of the part of our county that has the lowest opportunity index ratings. These are not people that can be affording this type of damage to the places where they live. So I'm like, I think it would be great if Eagle would find this funding for us. And then if we could take all of the other options we have about figuring out how to find some of that extra funding, either federally, working with our congresswoman, who's always very good at representing our district, or our state senators, Irwin and Schenck, and our representatives that serve in the state legislature to maybe have some budget allocations that could come our way. I don't know. Maybe that's a possibility, but let's try to make it happen, because the amount of damage that these two dams can do to people in this area of the county that can ill afford it is something we need to look into. It's very much a real equity issue. Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that this is a good project.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've been supporting it since the beginning. The question that raises though is the Fish and Wildlife application. There's zero county match. Are the partner contributions and grants important to that grant?
Not so much, no.
Okay, so if we don't get this Eagle grants, then it doesn't necessarily compromise the Fish and Wildlife grant?
No, I don't think so. I'll be honest. So Willow Creek's I'll just say it's an industrialized area. It did not score well when we applied for it's a fish passage grant, which is what you think it is for fish. And we didn't score well on it last year when we applied. The grant administrator actually reached out to me this year and said, "Are you going to apply?" And I was like, "This doesn't seem like it's worth our effort, because it's we didn't score high and it's an industrialized area." And she said, due to the perceived lack of applications they were anticipating, she encouraged me to do it. So I said, fine. I mean, I'll do it, but I'm not, I just kind of have this feeling in my head, if they get any other kind of applications, we're just gonna fall right back to the bottom of the.
You sound very optimistic about all these projects.
I should have brought Harry, our grant person, because he's much more optimistic about our grant opportunities than I am.
So then to that point, if none of these grants are accepted, what do we do for the project? Like,
So the project, so
what's the
where
path
we will
forward?
be with the project, if we don't get any grants, where we will be with the project is we will have completed engineering design to remove them, to do restoration upstream of both of them, and do permit applications. We do have to get permitted through the state to do this. So we would get through that process. So we would get through permitting. I think the permit's good for 2 years. Essentially, at that point, the project would be on hold until we identified the funding source.
And the price tag is $20 million or $15 million?
So if we combined it, so again, we've had conversations like on a federal level with Congresswoman Dingell. If we were to combine it with improvements to help out with the flooding situation in the upstream neighborhoods, we're probably talking $15-20 million type of appropriation, that type of project. If we restrict it to just the dam removals and don't include the neighborhood stuff, I think we could do it for around 10 million as identified in the grant applications.
Okay. Do I remember correctly that some of the engineering stuff went through statutory drain board and was part of an assessment, or was it not assessed?
No.
None of it was assessed?
No.
That was all the township stuff that?
So the OHM is doing the engineering.
This is part of the corporate takeover, don't mind.
Okay.
My God, what happened to our computer?
Corporate global
Oh.
takeover is happening.
Well, I'll be honest, it's disconcerting looking at yourself when you're.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I have my computer set up so I don't have to do
I
that.
know, I'm like, I don't look nearly as, so no parcel owners, they have 0% on that. So the hydraulic and the hydrology study was funded by Ypsilanti
Township. Okay, that's why I remember it, because I think we did vote on some of those contracts at drain board.
Yeah.
Because
and
it is
then
a chapter 20.
The design and engineering, so the preliminary design was done by AECom, and some of their key personnel left and went to another firm called GEI. So our final design, we did an RFP, and GEI was our awarded engineering firm. So we're using a dam safety grant to fund that work, to get us to final engineering design and the permit application, and hopefully obtaining permit.
Is that an Eagle grant or?
That was actually through Eagle, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess this is not something we can solve tonight necessarily, but something to think about probably. Screw you, Elon Musk.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Support.
Well, so I think the point that I'm trying to make generally is I think we should probably as a board start thinking of, funding sources to help support the work that you guys are doing. And I feel like, if I plan to vote yes on this, but I feel like if I'm gonna vote yes on it, would like to have some kind of a commitment from the administrator and from you guys that some work is gonna be done to try to identify where this $1 million is gonna come from, even in advance of whether we get this or not. And I do think that beyond these two applications, we as a board should probably start thinking about ways to raise some kind of revenue, find some funding to help supplement this project. It's not the kind of thing I don't think that we can like do in phases over time, because it's like, it's two dams, right? And then drainage work. So maybe there's a phasing of it that we could put in more manageable dollar amounts, but I think we should start thinking about ways to actually put some money into this to supplement the state and federal grant applications that are happening. But in the immediate term, I think that there should at least be some beginning of a thought exercise on where $1 million would come from to be the county match for these grants. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other, Commissioner Sanders?
I just want to just quickly reiterate that we're talking about an area of the county where, many of these residents either don't have renter's insurance or other ways to cover flooding, or maybe in a position that because flooding has occurred so many times, they have been dropped from their insurance. That is something that actually some of the participants in the session last week were sharing with me. And so I just want to keep in mind that we're talking about an area of our county where they need our help. And it's also their money. So when we talk about where would we find this $1 million, it's not like they haven't paid taxes and that this is not money that we should be finding a way to reinvest and make sure that they're not swimming literally in water. It's a problem. We need to fix it. And so I just want to reiterate that, this is not an area where, they can just sell that third car and figure out a way to cover the flood damage that occurs because we are unable to fix this situation. So, thank you.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but I'm talking to the Great Lakes group later this week about another grant, so.
Don't open cans of worms that are still on the shelf. Any other questions, comments, or concerns on this item? I will say that I believe, if I remember correctly, your homeowner's insurance probably does not come with flood insurance. It's a separate rider for most people. Sometimes I think for the great majority of people it is. And even though I've had that said and had somebody say you should get this on your house, I still have neglected to do it myself. I think sometimes the minimum amount to get some of that flood insurance through it's very cost prohibitive, as Commissioner Sanders just said, upwards of $1,000 on the low side. And it's not a de facto thing. So there's a whole nother inequity that exists in the world. Anyway, if there are no other questions or comments or concerns on this, commissioners, do you have any obligation if I combine the vote for B and C here? Then we can move through this a little bit more quickly. Great, I don't see any objections. So we'll call the roll on B and C at this time.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
B and C passed.
Thank you. Okay, and now we're on to item D, questions, comments, and concerns. Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, I actually, in the intermission, asked my questions, so I'm good.
Okay.
For the benefit of the public, I was asking to make sure that this, grant is in fact truly limited to, basically the, underage usage of cannabis, usage while using a motor vehicle, and safe storage type issues. And then I believe, issues around cannabis use during pregnancy. My concern is, in the past, I've seen some health department advertising that, may not be as targeted towards those demographics as it could have been. I've sent those to our director. She's responded positively and indicated that there will be changes to make sure that our campaigns are truly targeted towards the demographics they're intended to. So that was what I was going to ask, and the answer that I received was satisfactory, that it sounds like that's the intention. So I think we're good there.
Great. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Commissioner Sanders,
You would catch me. Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, D passed.
Great. We did it, except for one more thing.
I move approval of claims.
We already did.
I don't think
claims.
we did. We did them all separately.
We didn't vote on it.
Yeah, we didn't.
Oh, Lord. Thank you for keeping me honest. Any discussion on approval of claims?
I need to second it. Thank you.
It's already been,
Oh.
Lamar moved it. Okay, roll call vote on that, sorry.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
claims approved.
Great. We have one item for current or future discussion. Would somebody like to make a motion for us to go into closed session?
Second.
Great, that's a roll call vote. I'm keeping you busy, sorry, Ashlyn.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
If I abstain, can I go home? Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
All right, see you all in downstairs boardroom. Riveting watchers, we'll be back. Bring us back into session. All right, any other items for current or future discussion?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, all of them are non-debatable. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Adjourn.